Okay. Let's make sure that this is actually on. And we're live. So today I'm going to be going over a trick for those of you that have a little red light in your headphone jack. Now, there are all these tips on the internet on how to get rid of the red light when it's stuck on digital output on any of these really old MacBooks. And a lot of them involve sticking a toothpick in there, hitting the switch because there's a switch that gets kicked. And sometimes you can try that as much as you want and it just doesn't work. So today we're going to be going over the lazy way to do this, which is removing SPDIF detect on the motherboard. So this is from a really nice, kind, old-time customer that can't afford to fix the issue. And I asked her, I said, do you use SPDIF out? And she gave me the answer that makes me feel totally okay removing SPDIF, which is, what is SPDIF? So we're going to be removing SPDIF out without charge to be nice, since this person's... Hey, come on, what do you take me for? All right. They don't have an eye? They have fingernails. They can fingernail it off. Hello, Lewis. The human says hello. Hey, Paul. I watched your video, Paul, on coding that function for the SMS and C. Very jealous. I'm this close to getting back into that as a hobby. All right. So let's get into this. So this has multiple uses. It can be used for I believe that this can be used for microphone. I'm not 100% sure. It can be used for headphones, and it can be used for digital out via SPDIF. So let's go over how that is going to get detected. Let's go over the audio circuit on screen, which is a bit of a mess, a bit confusing for a lot of people. So let's get schematic up here, and bam. Is that in the right screen? Yeah, we are. Okay, cool. So this is the audio codec. Lots of stuff, right? Lots of stuff. Let's scroll through here. Your volume is not centered. Oh, shit. Okay. What did I do? You're right, it isn't centered. Huh. Shizzle. Check. There we go. Okay. How about that? Better? Eh? Did I fix it? How come you never emailed back, Lewis? I don't know who you are, so I don't know what you mean. I get a lot of emails that I ignore. Like I have about like 50 emails from like, can you fix my car remote and stuff like that? And what I found is that it's just more efficient to not reply, because when I reply with no, it offends people. I don't know what your email was about, because all I have is how come you never emailed back. But I can't give you a reason because I don't know what your email was. All right, so let's go back here. Or I just haven't gotten to it yet. There is the perhaps I haven't gotten to it yet. If it's to the business email and it's not specific business related, I usually just don't reply. It's just easier. But why in God's name are you working on that Court 2 POS? To be nice, not to everybody, to this one specific person. Don't start bringing Court 2 to us. Here we go. So audio sense detect. So port A, detect headphones. Port B, detect SPDIF delegate. So we're just going to go ahead and hope that R7805, R6805 over here, and we're just going to remove that. Okay, let me show you guys what my email inbox looks like. I'm going to try to avoid showing stuff that I shouldn't show, like customer stuff. But I'm going to give you an idea, because this is a common question of why haven't you replied to my email. So let's see. I'm going to open Thunderbird. All right. Let me just close. I'm going to close the inbox subfolder so you don't see the names of my subfolders, because some of that may trigger people. But like, just take a look, like at the amount of unread emails. You ready? 1, 2, 3. My email, 25,342 unread. Customer service, 11,771 unread. It's a lot of email. It's a lot of fucking email. So if I get an email that's like, Kai, can you tell me how to do, like, how do I remove discrete GPU from my, like, I don't even have the time to delete them. I don't even have the time to delete them anymore. I just like scroll past. So yeah, someday I'm gonna hire somebody to read back my 10 to 20,000 unread emails. But until then, we are stuck. We are stuck with what we have. So let's check port B, detect SPDIF delegate. So R6805. Now I'm going to pray. I'm gonna pray that it's on this side of the board and I don't have to take the board out because I hate taking the board out. So this is an 820-2567. Shut down the email client and walk away from it forever, Paul Daniels says. That would be a good idea. If only you had some kind of office lackey you could decide to judge. He does read it, but 99% of the time he reads the title and doesn't even bother. And it's surprisingly accurate, because I go over the ones that are unread, and 99% of the time they're not business related. He's genuinely good at this. He just doesn't respond to like that type of stuff because he doesn't even know what soldering equipment I use. Like, he has no idea. He has no fucking clue. Like, if you send a message saying, hey, I watched your video on this, but I don't get what you used here, the guy that actually responds to that email is not me, so he has no idea. And as you can see, with my luck, R6805 is on the other side of the board. Fuck. Oh, fuck me. This is what I get for trying to be nice. God! Look! That's on the other side. Okay, fine. We'll take the board out. The board is winning. It's worth it to be nice. This person deserves it. They've been a customer since 2009, so we're going to try and be nice. On your shelf, 2 rows under the orange box. What is that thing? Ah! Remember that kid Michael that came and saw the SMC fix and all that? I think it was in June or July. He brought that. I think it's a turkey. You should go check out his channel. In the video I said where my youngest viewer comes to fix a board. He brought me that. Very nice of him. Have you seen an increase in usable customers since you have become a YouTuber? No, definitely decline. All the stuff that would have been that was easy now gets fixed by local repair shops that watch my videos, and all the stuff that's bullshit and unfixable after they've filtered through it comes to me. Definitely a decrease. Definitely decrease. We used to have free return shipping on no fixes, and now we don't because so much of what we get sent is like unfixable shit. So, policy change. So YouTube created that as a policy change. I'm not saying it was being rude. Please don't think I'm being a dick. I don't think you're being a dick. I don't think you're being a dick at all. Did you dig into the terms of linking stuff on Amazon further? I did a little bit. You know what's interesting is that the only country for Amazon that hasn't accepted my application yet is France. I'll just leave that out there. The only country, so far, if you want to buy stuff on Amazon, and we get the tiny little kickback from what you buy, that works for Austria, Germany, Italy, the UK, Canada, and the US. And there's links below. But not the France one. Just tossing that out there. Don't know what France has against me, but doesn't work. So why do you still do videos? I was never particularly doing them just to get more business. That wasn't like the primary reason. If you can tell me what your equipment question was here, Danny, so that I don't have to wade through the 11,000 emails, I will try to answer it. But yeah, anything that makes it to help that isn't I want to pay to fix X, it just usually gets deleted or ignored. But if you ask here, I can help you. All right. What do you think about the shooting going on at the Fort Lauderdale airport? Wasn't a... Huh. Let me Google. Is this something I'm aware of or not? At least, wow. TSA warns of active shooter situation. Keep... shut up. I'm reading. Let's see. How did this happen? Doesn't seem like there's a lot of information out on it yet. Jeez. That's terrible. That's awful. Killing 5 people and wounding multiple people. Wow. That sucks. SPDIF doesn't seem that important anymore. At least this is somewhat decent coverage. I was pissed at the coverage of what happened in Turkey from the BBC. Like, they used the word terrorists in quotes and all this other horse crap. I'm not sure if any of you followed that or not. Come back here, Screw. You're not getting lost. There we go. Where was this? This was a big troll when it comes to come on. Oh yeah, BBC. They said they were this made me rage. Let's Okay, where is the word terrorist? Did they edit the article or something? They had the word terrorist in quotes earlier. Huh. This is interesting. I think they edited the article. Yeah, originally there was this article where they said so-called terrorists, and this is funny that BBC is editing stuff. I know they did because I tweeted about that specific article a week ago. They said so-called terrorists or something like so-called militants, and they had terrorists in quotes. And then when it came out that it actually was that they edited the article. Yeah, they edited the fucking article. I really wish I had taken a screenshot of that. What's wrong with that from the BBC? They said so-called, like so-called militants. That they're purposely setting this narrative where if you think that it's what's actually happening, that you're, one of those racist, sexist, xenophobe, blah, 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 blah. Or like with the Ohio thing, the Ohio guy with the knife. Like, does anybody here follow that thing where they were interviewing people on campus, and it wasn't that the guy with the knife was bad. It was that the people at the school were racist, and that's why that guy just had to go out and stab a bunch of people. The news has been pissing me off with that lately. Or with the truck thing. Like, they didn't call it what it was. They called it a truck attack. Like, the truck just went sentient. Like, the truck just went ex machina on everybody. Like, no, it wasn't a fucking truck attack. There was somebody driving it. Anyone who shoots a bunch of others would be a terrorist, whether there's a political agenda or not. I'm inclined to agree with you. Yes, I am. They say so. All right, so let's find. This is supposed to be about headphones. How the fuck did we get to this? All right, so R6805 is what we need to remove so that it stops detecting SPDIF, which is what we want here. R6805 is this one. So that shit with the truck drove me fucking nuts. It's a truck attack. It is not a fucking truck attack. Do not use those words. If Jason pisses me off and I take 3 containers of flux and just feed it to him, it was not a flux attack. It was not a flux attack. By so-called container. Just the language that they use is just sickening. It's like they've given up. They're fucking afraid of bullies. Like, when were the news afraid of bullies? You recommend cleaning PCs with an air compressor? Yes. Just be careful going above 50 psi when you're near fans. Some fans are okay with it. Some fans really don't like more than 50 psi. So just be careful is all I'm saying. All right. Now we get to see, we're going to boot into my OS and see if we have headphones. I'm kind of curious if this hack worked. It's been so long since I've done anything like this that I don't even remember how I did it to begin with. But I'm pretty sure that this is going to remove SPDIF. And like 99.9% of the people that use this machine, they don't give a fuck about SPDIF. And they do if they're doing something professional. And if they're doing something professional, they probably have a proper interface. I should really remove some of this disgusting crap from this board. I like SPDIF, but I'm nuts. And then again, I don't use a Mac anyway. Ah, much better. Nice and clean. Clean little Core 2 Duo. The Ohio thing is the one that probably got me the worst. But then there was, which dipshit tweeted out so sad about the gun violence at Ohio? Does anybody follow that one? So right after this guy just starts randomly stabbing a bunch of people, there was this police officer, I forget if it was a police officer or somebody else, I think it was a police officer that shot him, you know, because he was stabbing people. And they said, so sad to hear about that gun violence. Like, no, fuck out of here. No. No, the proper thing to say is so sad to hear about the guy that was stabbing people before somebody shot him. It's like everybody has become a scared pussy to actually tell the truth. But that's the world nowadays. Hillary Clinton's VP. Okay, yeah. There are certain things that I should remember, but I don't because my brain... I forget forgive me if I forget names every now and then. My brain is stuck with R6805 for SPDIF delegation and shit like that. So some things fall through the cracks every now and then. But oh man, when I read that, I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm not the most pro-gun person in the world, but still. Gun violence is when somebody just walks up to an unarmed person and shoots them for no reason. Gun heroism is when somebody with a gun shoots somebody that is stabbing a bunch of people with no end in sight. Talk about the Facebook live stream where people tortured a disabled boy. That just makes me sad. I'll be honest, I read about it. I didn't watch it because I just didn't want... I know I should have probably watched it just because it happened, but I didn't watch it just because I didn't want a reason to feel like I had to have a shittier day. Because I know if I watched that, it would have fucked up my day. So I didn't watch it. And since I didn't watch it, I can't really comment much on it, except that it's disgusting. But that's not going to get real coverage. You watch. In real media, that's not going to get real coverage. It's only going to get coverage by fake news. And then people in real media will wonder why people are not watching them. Alrighty. MobyFix says, a white disabled boy, and somehow initially it wasn't labeled a hate crime when 4 people did it, saying fuck white people while doing it. Granted, 30 minutes later they were all indeed charged. HC. Huh. Yeah. Something tells me the mainstream media is going to be slightly more silent on that. Call me crazy. This is the thing about the world. Like, nobody wants. I don't think the average person just wakes up and says, "I want Alex Jones to scream news into my ear." I really don't. Like, I just don't think that. But it's like the same way that the average person didn't just wake up and say, "I want an orange reality TV show guy as the president." But like, you fucked up. You had your chances, and you fucked them, and now look at what we're stuck with. It's like. How has Viceland been going? Viceland actually contacted me. Don't get it. I was very, very surprised. They were very, very nice about it. They're like, oh, we're sorry this worked out this way. Is there anything you might consider to do a show in the future? And it's like, nah. It's like, yeah, but there's opportunity. They were really nice with it. Like, you mean we could have went back and forth and tried to come to a contract. And I said, yeah, I mean, I understand that, but I have a business and it works, and I don't have to deal with contracts because everything already works, and I already make the money that I want to make. So it's kind of why I told you this in the beginning. Like, just so you know, I'm not some 17-year-old starstruck kid that will do anything to be on television. I have a good life. I have a good thing going, and I don't really. So you'll have to convince me that this is worth my time. And you showed me exactly what it's worth, so goodbye. Don't give people second chances on shit like that, really. I mean, as nice as they are. Like, personal or business, I just don't deal with that kind of crap. Like, you showed me, thank you for showing me early on exactly what a waste of time it would have been. Alright, so let's boot into an OS, and, hey, where'd I put my drive? Damn, I thought I picked up a drive that had an OS that didn't have a password on it. Okay, we'll continue that rant as soon as I find my other drive. Okay, now we have a nice USB 2 drive to boot up into on this USB 2 Core 2 Duo. So that gives us some time to talk, I think. So where were we? Oh yeah, when people kind of give you an idea of how they're going to treat you in the beginning, it's best to just like go with it and trust that that's how they're going to treat you long term. Like, I remember seeing this person that just like decided to go through 50 pages of my email. And it's one of those things where it's like I could have, like, if I had a genuine need for that relationship, I could have solved it, but why bother? You know? Like, I mean, you told me you don't respect my privacy. Thank you for telling me that in the beginning. It's like you told me that you didn't think that what I do was valuable enough to not sign a stupid contract, so Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's scroll up in chat. Oh God, you're being a Core 2 Duo. Jesus Christ, this is cracked like crazy. Okay, what do we have for output? Let's see if we have music or no music. YouTube.com. There is no internet. Oh, duh. What has possessed you to work on a Core 2 Duo? This is a very nice, loyal customer. 7-year-long customer. Who can't afford to fix it. So we're going to try to do something nice. This is so slow. Like I'm typing YouTube and I can see that the letters are not keeping up with my typing. It's probably more to do with this shitty Toshiba hard drive than anything else, but still, God, this is painful. That is painful. Vice could always just do short segments with you for commit. No. Here's the thing about the world. You're going to grow in the direction that you work in. So if you work with those people, you're going to grow in that direction. And do I really want to grow in direction with a company that sends me that type of contract? Probably not. Do I want to grow in the direction of like hashtag we smoke weed? Or do I want to grow in the direction of myself? Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can load YouTube.com. I believe in you. Oh, this is painful. This is fucking painful. Do you worry about customers getting freaked out by watching you repair their devices? I don't give a shit. You can take your stuff and I'll just move on to the next ticket. Oh, this is painful. Dude, we're still trying to load a video. Look, I searched for it, and this is the bar, like the loading bar. Come on, you can fucking do it. You can load a website. Can you load a website? Can you load a website? All right, let's. Can you open a new tab in a web browser? This hurts. All right, let's try to open iTunes. Let's see if that'll be slower. Oh, we have a nice little bouncing ball. iTunes is on a locked disk, or you don't have write permissions in this folder. What? Matt, why are Macs always such a pain in the ass? I just want to play a song. The folder iTunes is on a locked disk. You do not have write permissions in the. I want to play a song, man. I just want to play a fucking song. Just let me play a song. You piece of shit. You. Okay, fuck this. I'll just use the volume button. Here, I give up. Fuck this. I give up. Volume button. I forgot the volume button makes noise. Okay, we're good. You hear that? We have a volume button. Now let's check the headphones. So where's my headphones? It's gonna play a song, but I forgot it's a Mac. It's the easiest computer to use in the world. Unless you want to like play a song. This is what I like about Foobar 2000. Like, make fun of Foobar 2000 all you want. I've never, since 2003, opened Foobar 2000 and gotten an error. Never. Ever. But open iTunes. The folder iTunes is on. I don't give a fuck. Open like, fucking piece. Alright. Look, I'm making this shit up. See? Error. Piece of shit. Alright. Let's see if volume up and down works. You got headphone audio? Hear that? That's headphones working. So headphones work and speakers work. So this works. This is a very nice little hack. Because again, a lot of you may have the equipment at home to remove a resistor, but you won't have the equipment at home to replace a headphone jack. Since replacing the headphone jack is a nightmare. Now I'm going to put this back together and turn it off because this is just making me angry. Oh man, I can feel like the hole coming out. Like this, I'm looking at a beach ball. Using computers with hard drives has got to, it just raises blood pressure. That's all like. Alright. It raises it. But at least now they have music again. Alright. Screws. So. Hey guys, it is Michael. Yes, Michael and Beck Tech Tips. He's the one that got me that little rooster, turkey, chicken. I should know what that is, but I don't. It's a birdie that lights up. You should check out his channel. Okay, so we put this back together, and we get on with the day. There'll be something else here to fix. Let's see how long it takes to shut down. I bet that I can put all the screws back in here before it shuts down. Okay, bad bet, it just shut down. Only took 40 seconds. So, what did we do? Let's go over that while I'm closing it up. So we removed this. So Audio Sense. Audio Sense. We removed R6805 for SPDIF Detect. This is a bit of a confusing looking circuit. It's a bit confusing, I gotta say. But and when you remove that, if conversely, if the switch is broken and you always want SPDIF, which I don't think anybody has ever requested, you could remove R6806. It's a confusing little circuit, isn't it? You gotta say. Confusing little circuit. You don't notice SSDs until you don't have one. Exactly. Exactly. Once you have an SSD and you go back to using a hard drive, it's just the most painful thing that you can experience. It's the worst. Like my Dell came with a hard drive. I got this piece of shit, Inspiron 13, or Inspiron, however the hell you're supposed to pronounce it, for $479. And the catch to it being so cheap is that it came with a hard drive. And I turned it on and I hit the start menu, and then like it took a second or two before it showed up. And I was like, what? I just keep clicking it and clicking it. It's like, is this broken? Why are you expecting that I wait? That's kind of fucked up. What about hybrid HDD SSD? Those are only good for sales. I'll admit that. Like the thing is, you can look at the customer and say, look at how fast it boots, because that's the only thing it'll ever do fast is booting in the OS. As soon as you take it home, it'll run slow as shit. I mean, admitted, like it's just for sales. It looks cool because it boots fast, and everything else about those hybrid drives is just as shitty as a hard drive. But it boots really fast. I mean, like the hybrids, it's almost like it was designed for and I hate to say to phrase it like this, but it's almost like it was designed for stores like this one, where it's like you want the customer to think that it's really awesome when they first turn it on, because like, wow, it works again, and then they close it and they take it home, and then they realize after they log in that it works like shit. And I'm not saying that that's, you know, the way I do business, but it's like that's hybrid drives in a nutshell. You need a no, I don't need a website. You stop with that. Nobody here needs a website. Maybe Paul Daniels needs a website. Next board. Let's see how many people left since there was nothing but an empty chair. Okay, A1502 Retina. And what does it do? I plug in the charger. No light. Oh. It's all dead. Alright. Thoughts on approach of industrial design by companies. I don't get it. Thoughts on industrial design. Don't have any. Do you watch videos from Ben Heck? I'm embarrassed to say who was Ben Heck. I really do live under a rock. I really do live under a rock. Had a customer that brought their A1466 to Apple. Apple said it had a bad battery. They replaced the bad battery and quoted $600 for a new board because now the battery isn't being recognized. Fail. Go Apple. Go Apple. Diagnostic skills. What do you think of third wave feminism? I talked about this on another show. 40s, 50s, 60s feminism? Empowerment. 2000s feminism? Boo. It's all about blaming other people for what you didn't accomplish. I would like a return of the 40s, 50s, and 60s feminism. Ben Heck is Element 14 shill. Oh, come on. I don't even know who Ben Heck is, but I can just tell from these comments that he's probably not a shill. Everybody on YouTube is a shill if they want to make money from what they're doing. Really. Like when I met Linus, he said something along the lines of like, yeah, people will think, oh my God, it's a conspiracy theory sponsored by Corsair, and he talked about Corsair. It's like, no, of course. We just decide to buy hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment to do videos for free. Yes, that's exactly, no. What do people think? What do people think? Ben Heck is Glenn Beck's doppelganger. I know who Glenn Beck is. No. I don't know who Ben Heck is, but he's got to be better than Glenn Beck. Try again. I'm probably a shill to half of you for having Amazon links, which if you click would be awesome, by the way. It's starting to get... As soon as I turned the heater off, my lights got brighter. Did you notice that? When the heater turned off, the lights got brighter. Excellent electricity in this office. Alright, let's plug it in when nothing is plugged in and see if we get any difference. Still dead. Alright. Okay, so which power rail is the first one that I should check when I don't have a green light on the charger? Let's see how many people listen to these videos or just show up to troll. Which power rail do I check? I don't have a light on the charger. What lets the charger talk to the computer? This is not live. The fuck it ain't. Answer my question. Verge Tech P. Raj Prickheistal? I don't know how to say her name. I fucked that up. But that's how you know it's live. Yes, PP3V42. So let's go over that. Alright. So this over here is the DC power jack. Now this is 18 volts. There's ground and there's adapter sense. Adapter sense goes to this chip, which has X and int. X, external, like charger. Int, internal, like the SMC. So it's going to talk to the SMC on this one wire line. The SMC is powered by PP3V42. Also, this chip that allows the SMC to talk to the charger is powered on pin 1 from this chip, and this chip is powered by PP3V42. So without PP3V42, we get no communication. Do you know how to fix LG G4 boot loop stuck problem? Don't buy an LG phone. LG phones suck balls, man. They're just fucking terrible. Like just avoid their stuff. If you want a high-end phone, like just buy from another company. I have no idea how to fix it. From what I read on the internet, it's something related to the PMIC, and that's just not something that's worth screwing with on an LG phone. But I think LG's fixing that for free. Does LG fix the G4 for free? Which one do you have? The G4 or the something? Oh, yeah. Do you like the G5? Yeah. See, LG says fuck LG phones. All right, so let's see if we have PP3V42 on this board. This is an 820-3476. All right, let's check PP3V42 underscore G3 hot. Let's see if we get that. So we get over here, L7095, and let's see what we get. It's present. So if 3.4 volts is present, then why are we not getting our communication? Let's check PP bus G3 hot, because that's the next power rail we're supposed to check. Oh, 12.26. What does 12.26 volts instead of 12.56 volts on PP bus G3 hot mean? When are you making a Patreon for people who like to contribute but don't watch ads? If somebody really wants to donate, I would just suggest either using the donate link on YouTube on the channel page, or just clicking Amazon links and buying their cat food and cat litter and stuff from there. But, Patreon, bleh. Eli the Computer Guy is a really good video on Patreon. I agree with what he said for the most part. Bad SMC, very good. Wow, there's people here that actually listen to what I say. This is awesome. Cool. I'm not doing this all for nothing. Haha. Yes, the SMC. So this is U7100. U7100 is responsible for taking the power from the adapter, which is 16 to 18 volts, and turning it into 12.56 volts for the system. Now, what's going to set the voltage here, because remember, this ISL6259 is used on MacBook Airs, which are 8.5 volts, and it's used on MacBook Pros, which are 12.56 volts. It's the same chip, so how do we set whether it's at 12 or 8 volts? Well, when we want it to be 12.56 volts, we have PP3V42 and a pull-up resistor on charger cell. Yet when we're working with a MacBook Air, that same chip is going to have charger cell. Rather than charger cell being pulled up by a 3.42 volt line and a resistor, it's pulled down to ground. So see here, when you want it to be 8 volts, it's pulled down to ground. And when we want it to be 12.6 volts, it's pulled up. So that's going to set it to 12.26, but it's communication with the SMC on this bidirectional data line here that's going to allow, that's going to tell it the exact voltage that it should be. So if the SMC is not on, that is not going to work. That's not going to happen. Lewis, you're still learning software development. I took a break. I procrastinated. Yes, I know. I know. Terrible since my most recent video. Have to work on finding out why I'm not free. Alright, so that means the SMC is probably not running. But 3.42 volts is up. So this can mean a couple of things. Let's check and see if the SMC is being told to turn on. So SMC underscore reset underscore L has to be there. Actually, or the SMC is not going to turn on. I'm never going to be as good as Paul Daniels at software development. I watched his video and that like made me sad. It's like, geez. He's like half asleep. It's like 12 at night, and he's just like, random fully functional program. Anyway, SMC reset L. So when that signal is low, the SMC will be in reset mode, meaning doesn't work. But when SMC reset L is high, that means it will not be in reset mode, and the SMC will work. So let's see if the SMC is stuck in reset mode. So we're going to check by SMC reset L. SMC reset L. All right, so let's check SMC reset L. .8 volts. Okay. So either the SMC reset chip is bad and not creating SMC reset, or the SMC is bad and pulling SMC reset L down. Which one of these do we want? I would really prefer that the SMC reset chip be bad and not the SMC, because if the SMC reset chip is bad, it's doop doop. If the SMC is bad, that's a lot of miserable work. Let's take a look around the board physically and see if anything is obvious. We're just going to take a nice little tour of the board. We're going to go through this and figure it out. We left a JTAG connector on this board? Blasphemy. What is this JTAG connector doing on this board? Okay, let's see what that is for. Let's see what. Let's take a look at this JTAG connector. Let's take a look at that JTAG connector. All right, JTAG connector. So which are the pins that look nasty? The pins that look nasty are 1 and I think 4 over here. So let's see, what are those for? So we have background. SMC ROM boot, SMC reset. Huh. So SMC reset is low, and the SMC reset pin on the JTAG connector looks bad. Yeah. We're going to get rid of that JTAG connector. Let's get rid of this JTAG connector. I wonder what Apple thinks when they see machines come back to them that have no JTAG connector on them. This store is kind of like this store is almost kind of like they call it a holocaust of JTAG connectors. I mean, like they just almost every single board repair that we do just starts with removing a JTAG connector. Just for the fuck of it, you know. What do you think of Linux? You should really use Linux instead of that Windows bullshit. Yes, so that instead of taking 5 minutes to set up my audio flow, that I can spend hours researching how to set up my audio flow with a real-time limiter while I'm streaming. Yep, that's exactly what I want to do. I want to take what I do, I want to make it 10 times harder for no benefit. Yeah. Linux makes a great file server, makes a great general desktop, but anytime you want to do something even remotely specialized, holy crap, it becomes a pain in the ass. The board view software was made by a legend in chat. I agree. Linux is free if your time has no value. Precisely. Precisely. Just try, yeah, I mean, just, no. Just, no. Yeah, I could find another look ahead, I mean, not look, I mean, brick wall limiter and another compressor plugin and another thing that's going to separate the channels and then a way to do it in real time. You know, I could spend a couple of hours researching, implementing, and doing all that shit. Or I could spend 5 minutes. What do I want to do? How do I want to spend my day? How do I want to spend my day? It really comes down to how I want to spend my day. I don't want to spend it doing all that. That doesn't sound like a lot of fun. How many board repairs were successful for just removing the JTAG connector? I can say this. Enough of them were successful from just removing the JTAG connector to make up for all the ones where I spent 3 hours on it and nothing works. Definitely enough that it evens out. I was wondering that even though Lenovo butchered the ThinkPad series, are there still viable laptops compared to everything else? I mean, they're kind of. It's just, again, all the stuff that made Lenovo really cool to me is gone. Antimicrobial keyboards were a big one. I mean, nobody else had that. Lenovo did. They were the original keyboard. That made them worth a premium to me. Gone. Dedicated volume buttons. Gone. Like, there's a reason that I have this cheap-ass piece of shit Dell, and people are like, oh, it's not as good as Lenovo. It's like, yeah, but it's 1/3 the price, you know? You took away all the stuff that made Lenovo really cool. Like, just being able to type on it and feeling like I'm typing on a good keyboard and not a laptop keyboard was worth a $1,000 premium to me. And that's completely 110% gone, right? So why would I pay a premium for it? It just doesn't make sense. You know, I'd buy a Lenovo if it was cheaper, but it's not cheaper. It's expensive. Expensive. And like, here's the other thing with Apple. If you're gonna have a JTAG connector, why do you put it right on the edge of the board where water is gonna seep in? I mean, you could put this fucking connector anywhere. Why do you put it there? You know that OBS works with Linux. I sure do. Does this work with Linux? Like, can I set this up in less than 5 minutes? The amount of time it took to research how to set all this shit up, from start to fucking finish, was 5 minutes. So, for example, let's say I have 2 microphones, right? I can have 2 microphones. Here's a plugin that is going to that it's going to do the panning for me. So I have the left. I can let's say I have Jason plugged into the left of my camcorder, myself plugged into the right of my camcorder. I can center both of them here. I can send them both to a compressor so that if I talk at a regular volume, it's like this, and if I yell, it compresses it. I have this brick this limiter at the end for both microphones so that it's close to 0 without peaking, which I should actually up a little bit because it's too low, as somebody pointed out before. So there, now I'm louder. But I mean, like, I set this entire fucking thing up in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. How long would that take to set up in Linux? And be honest now. Be honest. Be honest, because I know you're going to say, oh, yeah, this is this feature. Oh, there's this thing you can check out. Can you set up what I did in 5 minutes? Because if you can't, then the argument is just not valid to me. It's like, it's so easy. It's just so easy. It just fucking worked. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of shit about Windows that sucks. It's just that since Windows was and admittedly OS X as well, were primary operating system for so many years, people built an ecosystem around them with all this shit. It's already out there. If I want that plugin to this program, it's there. Like hundreds of thousands of people use it, so it actually works. And then when you try to do it on Linux, it's like one program that was made by some guy that he never finished, that 3 people use, but I'm supposed to appreciate it because it's free. Don't get me wrong. Thank you. You did something for free. I am not in any way saying that I'm entitled to free working software. But I am going to use the shit that works, you know? I am going to use the shit that works. This works. It's just quick. Five minutes. This took 5 minutes. Just getting Pulse Audio to work on my laptop a few years ago, that took like, what, 3 hours? God, anybody remember Pulse Audio when that came out? Oh my God. Like that shit gave me... Pulse Audio, when it came out, was just the biggest steaming pile of fucking... Yeah, just... Ugh. And I'm not even talking about like getting all this shit to work. I'm just talking about like getting speakers versus headphones versus SPDIF to work. Like not production level recording, just I want to watch stuff on my laptop, then I want to listen to it on my home stereo. And I'm sure a lot of it is fixed now. It's just I don't care, you know? Like this works. When this stops working or something else comes out that's so amazing it's worth switching, I'll try it. But man, Linux. Ugh. Everybody always says that there's a... Not mentioning you pirated this shit anyway. You can buy this stuff. I'm pretty sure URS is still available. I actually got URS strip. I got that back when I worked at a studio in 2007 or 8. I still have my copy. It was like $250, which is actually really fair if you compare it to the Waves crap. You may notice that I don't use anything from Waves because they're ridiculously overpriced for what you get. Fuck Waves. But this stuff is all cheap. And that's the thing. Like, if you want to spend money, you could try to spend like $20,000. You're never going to find something like, let's say, Isotope RX5 on Linux. If you had $20,000, $50,000, just doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. It's not even the option. It's like, I want to pay. Give me it. I will pay. Let's see what we have. I'm partial to OpenSUSE personally. You know, I actually have SUSE 8.1 Professional that I bought at Best Buy for $80 because I wanted the manuals when I was 13 years old. I'm probably the only person that paid $80 for Linux. Those are the days. I still have that box in my closet somewhere. So did it work? Oh, of course it did. Remove the JTAG connector. Bam. JTAG connector. See? Love JTAG connector. Beautiful. Spinning fan. I guess we should put it back together before we grab the next one. Thanks to your Should You Trust an Apple Genius video, I managed to complete my first ever motherboard repair in my 820-2850 by replacing the cap with a non-tantalum. Just wanted to say thank you. Ah, I'm glad it worked out. That's awesome. They should really put that on the Apple recall page, in my opinion, because the thing, it's not covered by warranty. It's considered vintage by them. So on that page, they should just say, we don't fix this anymore on the, because Apple used to cover that under an extended warranty, but just replace C9560. You know, give this channel and Duke, mostly Duke, credit. I think that would be fair. Please, can you do some 2915 boards? Fuck that. Fuck that. You go through 2 hours of fixing one of those, and then you just boot it up, and it has a dead GPU. No, thank you. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Nice try. No trap. No trap. Who is pro and against System D? Stop trying to start wars in my chat, man. You're trying to start a war in my chat. I know what you're doing. I would love to see a 10 versus 20 versus 40x microscope. I guess we can go over that here before we move on. Why not? All right, so this microscope allows me to go from 7.5 to 45, so I can show you. And I'll tell you why I use the magnification that I use before we go on to the next board. So let's view something really tiny. All right, so this is 7. This is 10. This is 20. As you notice, as I go down on the, as I go up on the zoom, that I have to up the exposure so that you can still see it because it lets less light in. And this is if I go to 40. Now you may notice when you get to 40 that the shaking is a lot more obvious, which is why I never use high magnification. And that's 45, which is why I never use high magnification. I like 7.5x because even though there is shaking, it's less puke inducing. So I always usually stay at 7.5x for this. If you're doing really small, like long screw cell phone repair, like long screws damage repair on an iPhone or something, then you may want 30x and around there. But otherwise, I just stick to 7. What does Pulse Audio and System D have in common? The same person made them. You're just trying to start a Linux war in my chat. I know what you're doing. It's not going to work, mofo. It's not gonna. Is it the microscope shaking or you? It's everything. We're all shaking and spinning. It's just relative. We don't feel it. You're spinning as well. This screwdriver is spinning even when it's not. Imagine that. Get your mind around that. The dominant platform is Android, which is based on Linux, and which ironically for many years had issues communicating with Linux machines. When you this is the other thing that's just hilarious. Like since you're right, when Android is based on Linux, right? And there were times years ago where I would plug in my Android phone to a Windows computer, and the stuff on it just popped up with MTP, and then I would plug that same phone into a Linux computer, and after 2 hours of research, only then could I get MTP to work. Like it was easier to use a Linux. No, it was easier to use a Linux phone with Windows than it was to use a Linux phone with Linux. It was. I'm sure some of this has probably changed because I mean I stopped using Linux as like a real primary operating system back in. I used it from around 2003 to 2014 or so, and then I stopped. So I'm sure a lot of this has changed, but still, I just don't care to look into it. Where do you recommend I start out for getting involved in fixing boards? Where do you start? You start by starting. I know that that's a shitty answer, but it's just like you start by starting. Like you find something that's broken. I don't know. How do you run? Well, you go outside, you put one leg in front of the other, and then you try to keep doing that until you're moving faster than other people. The simplest questions seem the hardest to answer. Just do it, says Chris Long. Chris Long is... Don't let your dreams be dreams. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday, you said tomorrow. That's a really good speech. Listen to that speech. Shia LaBeouf. Listen to that speech. You'll never have to ask how to get started again. I should listen to that speech and then go program something tonight. How's the cost of living in New York? It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Who is the software developer guy you referenced earlier? Paul Daniels, and he's in the chat right now, so you can talk to him. He did that awesome board view software that I use. Why do you prefer working with gloves all the time? Touching people's laptops is almost kind of like wiping their ass, but using your hands instead of toilet paper. So if you were to wipe your ass and you didn't have toilet paper, would you prefer to do that with gloves on, or would you prefer to do that with your bare hand? Because I prefer to do it with gloves on. Because a lot of these machines really, it really looks like somebody just tried to wipe their ass with it. It's the only way I could explain how nasty some of these look. Now, ESD protection is this. Watch, like this is on. I touched it. Bam. I'm grounded. You should touch, and I have some stuff on the left of my desk that's grounded as well that I'm regularly touching if I feel that I haven't in a while. Linux is great for local internet server. I agree, 110%. Have you had to work day and nights in your business to get it working? Yes, in the beginning. Do you still sometimes do it? No. The point of all that was to not have to do it ever again. I work in a shop and had to pay for an iPhone 6 because static got in the backlight resistor during a screen replacement. I still don't use straps. No. What happened is this. You got a piece of crap screen that had an exposed backlight flex. The backlight flex touched the metal in the phone. Your boss blamed you and got you to pay for the phone because you aren't wearing a strap. No. E-Tech used to sell garbage like that. They used to sell the screens that had the exposed backlight flex without the little piece of tape over it, so when you close the phone, the exposed backlight flex would touch the metal ground of the phone, and poof! You should quit. Real shops don't make employees pay for damage. When they have a really good day, do you get a bonus? Does the boss just walk up to you and say, here's $300, we did good today? Why are you paying for when something doesn't go well? Doesn't make sense. Sounds like a terrible boss there. That sounds a lot more like it, Lewis. I told him it was his screen from the start. Yes. Get your money back, man. That's illegal in many states. They can't charge you for their fuck-ups. Like, they really can't. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. It boots. How do you keep track of business expenses? Accounting software. QuickBooks. You ever mess around with Raspberry Pi? No, but I do want to get an Arduino. I feel like that may be a decent way to learn programming. Getting an Arduino and learning that convoluted version of like, the convoluted C-like language that they use, I think would actually be a good modern way. I'm going to try that next. All right, done with this. Move on to the next one. Lewis should take the camera with him. The camera is sitting on a tripod with a bunch of wires attached to it. Alright. Ergonomics. What do you mean? It's supposed to take long to fetch a computer. That's my break. That's my time to, like, you know, not have to do anything. It's my slack off time. As a Rails developer, I think it's hilarious when people seem to think you aren't really doing something unless you're doing it in the most difficult way possible. Are you talking about the people that kind of shit on the Ruby on Rails and stuff like that because it's an efficient way to get something done rather than programming it in C or assembly or something? I think that's what you're referring to. Oh yes, get an Arduino. I kind of want it just because I don't want to become a grandpa. Because, like, I don't think becoming a grandpa happens overnight. I think it just happens from, like, years and years of just saying, I don't see the use in this. There's no point to this. Blah, blah. And, like, one day you wake up and you're that person that, like, just keeps unplugging the computer without saving the Word document and turning it on and expecting the Word document to be there because you think it's a typewriter. Like, that doesn't happen overnight. That happens over a long period of time. So I'm thinking of getting an Arduino just to prevent myself from becoming a grandpa. Lewis, is it just me, or do you feel we're being ripped off with subscription-based software like Adobe Premiere, where we never get to own these cloud-based systems? You're getting ripped off if you're using Adobe Premiere because it crashes all the time and you're paying for it. Like, not even, I mean, every single time I see, I go on Twitter and I see all these things from these like big YouTubers saying, okay, let's hope that this, look, it crashed again. Let's hope that this rendering, hope I can upload this tonight. It's like, why do you pay for Adobe? I mean, I would use that software if it was free, but it costs money. No, I wouldn't pay for Adobe. Can I possibly learn your job with one blind eye? Why not? How many of these? So a lot of these original videos that I did before I had the good microscope, every time I turned the camera on, one of my eyes was gone. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to lie. It was an annoying way to work, but I did it, right? How do you keep track of which machine is from a specific customer? I don't see a tag. You're damn straight. You don't see a tag, because if you saw the tag, you'd see the name, and then you'd see the phone number, and then you would call them and prank them, which is why I make very careful care to make sure the tag is never in focus. But yes, there are tags on every machine, with a ticket, a name, a description, and a phone number. And I make sure they're never visible on camera. Because the one time it was visible on camera, that person had over 24 chan trolls call them. And lesson learned. Lesson learned. Trump made an interesting comment the other day about forcing companies to release part schematics so people can make a living off of fixing products. What do you think? I didn't see that comment, but I think that Trump would be a proponent of the right to repair because he made those comments about Apple producing iPhones in America, which will never happen. But he said he would make it happen, but it will never happen. And if it does happen, it'll happen on such a small scale that it's just for PR and doesn't have any effect in the real economy. But if he supports the right to repair, and then hundreds of thousands of people have jobs doing this, then he can say, look, we didn't get Apple to make stuff in America, but we created a bunch of decent-paying American jobs. Meh. So it would make him look good to support the right to repair, because it would really get in with that whole, like, let's bring jobs back to America, blah, blah, that he talked about. Because if he doesn't support the right to repair and he doesn't get any of these companies to do manufacturing in America, he's going to get, like, bent over so hard 4 years from now by whoever he goes up against. They're just going to own him. Rightfully so. All right. This is a decently clean looking board. I wonder if the trackpad and keyboard were keeping it from turning on. Yep. Oh, this is, I grabbed a boring one. I grabbed a really boring one. Do you think the education system can be fixed with more money? No, the education system can be fixed by getting rid of it. The education system can be fixed by getting rid of it. The education system sucks. If you look back to the early histories of the education system, like around the Prussian era, you'll notice that like the entire point of education was to create basic, simple-minded people that were just good, that would make good soldiers and be able to go to war. And the interesting thing about the entire education system is that it is, like, you have all these school teachers that are like, we aren't appreciated, we do all this work and we're not appreciated, nobody cares about the value we bring to society, we're so important. Okay, make a YouTube channel. What? Make a YouTube channel. Start your own school. Start your own tutoring service. Let's see how much people are actually willing to pay you for your fucking education. Oh no, I don't want to do that. I don't want, like actual people to decide how important I am because I'm not that important and I'm not that good a teacher and I suck, which is why I'm going to work at a public fucking school, which is the only place that will employ me. The modern education system sucks, and all the people who, I shouldn't say all, but a lot of the people that work in it work there because they have no value in the actual market. If parents would not pay them to teach their children unless the parents were already being forced through the tax system that we have. But because parents are forced through the tax system that we have, it's like, okay, we're already paying for it. We have no choice. We might as well send our kids there, right? But yeah, I mean, so many of the teachers I had sucked. They were terrible. They were boring. They had no ability to command a class. They had no idea how to naturally earn authority from people. They had no idea how to make anything interesting or engaging. It was just, like, even everything. Like, history is supposed to be a fun subject. And in history, it would be like, all the questions, what year was this war this year? What was the name of this leader? Blah. Like, that's not important. Who gives a fuck if you know if the war was in 1813 or 1812? What was the war about? What was the actual cause of it? What was the results of it? That's what's important. But, like, I remember there was this multiple choice question on a test I'm never going to forget. It was like, the war that we discussed recently was the war of, like, 1815, 1810, 1809, 1812. Who fucking cares? It's like the shittiest, most diluted bullshit education system that there is. It doesn't go over anything important. And the worst part, it gets kids to the point. I remember there was a kid in my sociology class when I was 15 who said something along the lines of, I can't wait till I get out of school so I don't have to learn anymore. And I know that's not what he meant, but it's sad because that's what our education system does. It makes learning seem like something that's genuinely miserable. We're not learning how to speak. We're not learning language. We're learning, okay, how do you spell the word microscope? Microscope. Okay, write that word 500 times on a piece of paper so that we can use up time in the day while I read a newspaper so that I can say that I taught you how to spell microscope. Of course, people are going to... The biggest tragedy of modern education is that kids come out of these schools not even wanting to learn. They have no interest. They never want to go back to that environment. And I don't fucking blame them because it's slavery. It's not school. It's fucking slavery. I don't even want to have kids until we change the current education system that we have. But you have a lot of teachers that say, I'm undervalued. Nobody appreciates me, man. Then go where you're appreciated. Oh, so nobody appreciates you but the public school system. Oh, then shut the fuck up. Then shut the fuck up. You think you should be appreciated because you tell kids, write this word 200 times and then go to read a fucking newspaper for 2 hours. Again, see how much you're worth in the private marketplace. In the private marketplace, you're going to be worth minimum wage, which is what you should fucking be getting in the first place. And then the really good teachers, the genuine educators, the people that parents actually want their kids to learn from, they will make good money. But you won't. Which is why you want there to be a public school system. I think that my dad had this really good saying when he was 6 years old. He said, people should look to earn respect from everybody, even kids. There's no such thing as this idea of I'm the parent, you're the kid, you respect me. I'm the teacher, you're the kid, you respect me. I'm the boss, you're the employee, you respect me. The whole idea is you have to kind of earn it. And it's not like people should come in with a chip on their shoulder. It should always be respectful, but you always have to earn respect from other people. It's never something that's going to be given. You should never. And he laid this foundation for me early in life that I kind of that was really helpful. Understanding the idea that positional authority is not real authority. That like name tag authority is not real authority. It's not. You know, you should. The best teachers I had, they weren't the punishing ones. They were the ones that treated you with respect. They brought up things that were interesting, and they had a good way of going about the lesson. They didn't treat you like you were a prisoner. The worst teachers are the ones that just treated you like you're a prisoner. You have to do what I say. You're under me. Those teachers never got anywhere. And I'm not saying be a pushover, because there were pushover teachers that never got anything done, but they also didn't know how to earn respect or authority. But you need to learn how to earn respect and authority from people before you can become a teacher. Before you're given authority, you need to understand what it is. There's a good book on this, actually. I forget the name of it, but like there are levels of authority, and positional authority is the lowest one. Like it says manager on my name tag, therefore I am above you. It's like you have to firstly you have to have accomplished something. So you have to accomplish something or understanding of something. Then you have to help somebody else accomplish that. Then you have to help somebody get to a point where they can help others accomplish that. And then like it's like layers of authority, and just private is not the way because money become a problem. But that's the thing. Are public schools right now, like, are those teachers working for free? Are those principals working for free? Are those buildings being heated for free? No, you're already paying for it. You're already paying for a school system. You might as well, if you're going to pay for a school system, you might as well get to choose the school system you pay for and let the free market system find good teachers in good places rather than the shit that we have now. Government cannot do things cheaper than the free market can. It's just not possible. There's too much waste. Government doesn't produce anything. It just wastes. If you want, let's say, if somebody says, we're going to give you these $5,000 worth of services, the government is going to do that by taxing you $20,000 for that $5,000 worth of services. Anyway, is there any liquid on this board? I don't see any liquid on this board, so I don't get why the hell it wasn't working before, and I don't get why it was working when I took it out of the computer. I mean, I don't even know what this is, but surely manager is earned authority. It indicates that you have experience and responsibility. But if you go up to somebody and you say, look, my name tag says manager, therefore I have authority over therefore do what I say, that's not the same as real. That's not earned authority. You haven't earned authority from that individual. You may have earned authority from your organization, but if you try to practice management that way, it's not going to work. It doesn't work. Bad teachers are usually because they are limited to a set of standards. That's another one. People say that the standards suck, we need higher standards or more standards. Standards were what killed education to begin with, because the kids would then have to know what year the war was rather than what the war was about. I don't care. Again, I would rather my kids know what the War of 1812 was fought over rather than knowing the year of the war, personally, because that's what's actually important. But, What the hell? We need education. I agree that we need education, which is we need real education, not mind-numbing bullshit education. I feel like a lot of the people that talk about education as adults, they don't have good memories of what education was actually like in public schools as a kid. I mean, if you can vividly remember, if you can truly, honestly, vividly remember K through 12, and have, just you can close your eyes and feel like you're in the classroom, can you honestly say that that is a good thing? That those people actually cared about whether or not you learned, that those people actually wanted you to become a better thinker, no. College professors aren't any better either. I agree. That's why I would get rid of all federal funding to colleges. Where's the water? When they started putting letters in math, that's when you begin selling weed. That's I feel like people think that when things are paid for by taxes that they're free, and I feel that's bad. Do you think maths are a waste of time? I don't think math is a waste of time. I think a lot of the way the teachers teach it make it a waste of time. I had 2 teachers throughout my life that taught math well, and every other one read out of a book and sucked. It's here's the problem I think with a lot of teachers. The biggest problem is they forget what it's like to be new to the subject. The best teachers I had, they remembered what it was like to actually be in 6th grade and be hearing about this stuff for the first time, which made them amazing, amazing teachers. But the good ones do that, and the good ones very rarely do the good ones actually stay in public education. I seriously feel like I could just put my kid in front of YouTube and have him get a better education than going to the school that I went to. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking kidding. Alright, screw this. This is a boring one. Let's see. I'm pretty sure this is going to be trackpad related, but it'll give me more time to go over what's in the chat, because this is not going to be a fun repair. Why do people prefer to call themselves stupid instead of trying to learn it? It's an excuse, I think. I mean, I admit I've used that sometimes as well, but it's easy to. It's just an easy way to use language to cast yourself out of learning. I picked a boring one. What's your opinion on public social healthcare system? The thing is, I mean, I kind of haven't lived through that healthcare system, so I can't really say much about it. I mean, like, it's easy for me to criticize the American healthcare system because I've lived with it and I know a lot of people who've dealt with it, but I can't really say much about the British healthcare system since I've never been to Britain or experienced it or don't have friends who've lived there and used it. What private business do you go to which has customer service as bad as the DMV? ISP. Time Warner Cable, baby. Time Warner. Spectrum. Good one, Jason. You almost got me there. I feel bad saying that because I actually agree with that argument, but... Can you turn the camera around so we can see the front? No. Nasty up there. Not everybody who works here wants to be on camera. Duke just messaged me. Hillary is going to be your mayor. It really is time to get the fuck out of there. The hell she's not. Wait. Is Jason allowed to have his own channel? No. Or his own business. I would never say what Jason can or cannot do. I have considered selling everything he sells for like 60% off, though. Have I told you guys that our flux now comes with a free syringe and free plunger? And you get 30 cc's. Not like that 10 cc stuff. Wink, wink. Next week, we start selling cell phone parts and connectors. Stay tuned. Week after that, I get raided by the IRS and the...
What are you forecasting?
Somebody will report me. Maybe who has an afro and is not old enough to drink yet. I see you finally have an Amazon affiliate link. Yes, I do. King Julian. Wow. I fail at reading. I went to a public school. What's worse, removing JTAG Terminator and figuring you made a mistake, or voting Trump and figuring out you made a mistake? I don't get the question. Unionized? Fuck no. That's one of the few good things about this business is I can just fire for whatever reason I want, which is great. Like, oh, you can't spell? You're fired. You can't think? You're fired. It takes you 8 hours to replace one BGA chip? You're fired. Like, I was talking to my stepmom, and there was this one woman that was, she was just stupid. And she works at a, she's a director of a public library, right? Director of a public library. And she wanted to fire this person just for no other reason other than just being stupid. Because they were just genuinely fucking dumb. Like, you could put, just, and it's a library. It's not a job that you should get if you plan on being dumb. There's just a lot of dumb stuff. Like, let's say that they were going to plan an event for a certain day. She would write the day down and put it on her desk. And she would be looking at it and go, okay, so when is the event? Just stupid shit like that. And she couldn't fire this person. She had to actually have them go to it took over a year. It's about 2 years. They had to go to a psychiatrist that the state had to pay for to deem her mentally incompetent before she could be fired. It's just like, I'm glad I don't have to deal with any of that shit. I would lose my fucking mind. But that's the one of the few saving graces of this area. Like, if you hire a dud that just is useless, you can just get rid of them. And I feel bad for her because she doesn't do all the hiring. So sometimes others in other departments have done hiring. She gets stuck with the employee. And then she gets stuck having to spend the 2 years going through this bullshit to try to fire the person that somebody else hired that doesn't know how to hire. Being a fucking idiot should be a legit reason to get fired, though. I agree, Outseeker. It'll just result in a higher unemployment rate. Once employers realize that they can't fire people, they just won't hire them. Because in my experience, it's better to be understaffed or to not offer a service than to be overstaffed or offer a service that somebody fucks up. Because the mistakes that occur as a result of being understaffed or the income that you miss out on by not offering a service, that is far less than the amount of liability you open yourself up to when you have an idiot. Alright, so let's see. Is this the trackpad that kept it? Okay, turns on. Now we're going to plug the trackpad in. The trackpad can actually reset the SMC in MacBook Airs, by the way, for anybody who's paying attention. So it can look like it's dead for some other reason when it's actually just trackpad. Still turns on. Wow. Did I just fix this by touching it? Am I magic? Let's plug the keyboard in. See. Where do you get all the schematics and layout files? The internet. Microsolderingsupply.com. Hit the contact button and ask for schematics and board views. Yep. Turns on. Okay, is it the battery? Did I just fix this just by being awesome? I think I just fixed it by being awesome.
You know, I can start referring all the people I don't want to sell flux to you.
Two can play at that game. Venera will kill you. She did. Yeah, I'm just that awesome. This was dead. I did nothing but touch it, and now it turns on. I'm fucking awesome. That's all there is. That's all there is to it. I have the magic touch. ESD, baby. Yes. I shocked it into working. I bet those gloves are rose gold beneath the fake black color. That's why it worked. Touched by rose. You shut your mouth. No rose. Yeah, it's at 1%. So this was legitimately dead before. I'm a prophet. I make boards walk on water and not corrode. Lewis, is Trump really going to deport all undocumented immigrants? What would New York be like? Huh. Grubhub and Seamless would be a lot slower. I guess the real problem with the immigrant thing here, it's not really, it's not that whole like, oh, they're violent criminals, this, that, and the other. The real problem is the employers themselves. See, let's say I am 17 and I work a delivery job, and I have my working papers, and something fucks up in the kitchen or something. I can get workman's comp, right? So I can get paid 2/3 my salary or whatever. If I work overtime, I get paid overtime. If I fall down stairs because they didn't spend the extra $250 to have the broken stairs fixed, I can get paid, the workman's comp or something like that. And that's a thing. But with the undocumented immigrants, if there's some kind of fucked up ass working environment because the employer is a cheap piece of shit, they know that the undocumented immigrant, because they're undocumented, can't report it and can't get them in trouble, which encourages and fosters all these shitty working environments. And then when they get hurt, it's like, okay, sorry, sucks for you. Have fun on the street. Let's get another one of you in here. That's the problem in New York. It's not really that whole like thing that they were talking about in the campaign with like criminal this, criminal that. It really wasn't about that. It's just the issue I see with the immigration is that employers take advantage of it. Like they take serious advantage of it. Because they know, like, I can do whatever the fuck I want. I can do like, and you can't report me. Like, let's say I have Jason teach a class. Like, I pay him for that. But let's say he was an undocumented immigrant, and I said, Jason, I'm going to pay you for this class, and then it's over, and I'm like, I'd rather take a vacation. Fuck you, I'm not paying you. He can report me for this. If he's undocumented, it's like, oh, well, if you report me, I'll get you deported, so you can't report me. That's the big problem with it. But yeah, if they actually deported everybody, Grubhub and Seamless would shut down tomorrow, because there would be no more food delivery people. There would be. They would. How do you deport undocumented immigrants if you don't know who they are? That's what undocumented means. That is confusing. Yeah, that's a big part. How do you find someone who's invisible? I can't see that leprechaun, but I know what color his hat is, and I can see how many feathers there are in it. Yeah, that's a tough one. Let's grab one that's actually interesting. This computer's boring. I wasted time on this for nothing. Ugh. Sorry, I had the first part on mute. Is Lewis deporting Jason? No. Jason is a citizen, right? Yeah. They don't. They don't allow non-citizens to sell flux, do they? Can't believe people do that. Dick moves. A lot of the employers in New York do that. And the really sad thing is I understand why they do it. Because they're taxed so terribly that they have to, a lot of people have to cheat to make money. Like, and I hate to be the one to be the snitch, but most people already know this shit to begin with. Go to an electronics store, not like a repair shop, but like one of those like electronics stores that sells cameras and computers and gadgets and drones and shit in Midtown, like in Times Square. There's not a single one that's honest. Every single one of those places will happily sell you something 30% above MSRP because they know that you're going to be back home or in another fucking country far away from being able to get a refund when you realize you got ripped off. And they have to do that because the taxes are so high, but also the rent is like $50,000 for a little box, you know? If you're not scamming people, you will go out of business. Sad. Sad. Sad, as Trump would say. Did you go to the social engineering panel at Hope? No, I didn't know there was one at Hope. I did go to Hope last year, and the best one, part of it I saw, I'm going to get his name, bro. Something, Steve Ranbam. That was the 3-hour privacy talk I thought was great. That was actually worth standing for. All right, so let's see what's wrong with this POS. Lenovo T420, what do you think of it? I think it's going to have a really blurry, old-looking screen because it's a 6-year-old computer. Yawn. Are you chiming? I have caps lock, so you must be chiming. Do you have a backlight? I hope Duke is kidding. Is Hillary really going to be my mayor? Please, please God, no. Please retire. Please go away, Hillary. Please fuck off from politics. Duke, you're kidding. I don't have time to Google. I'm still working. I don't even want to Google it. Don't make Hillary the mayor. Yeah, no backlight. All right, let's try to find out why there's no backlight. Hopefully, if we figure out why there's no backlight, we won't get Hillary as a mayor. Okay. Oh, I'm going to have nightmares about that tonight. We're going to use your taxes to give free college to people who are living in the poverty line of only making $10,000 a month? No! Go away! Go away! Go away! Of course. And I took the one where it just worked by touching it. I have magic touch. Every time I look at laptops from 2010, it's like this. No, even if the resolution is high, the screen just looks blurry. It's just ugh. Old technology. All right. Why don't you have a backlight on the screen? Is your backlight fuse blown? Oh, fuck. Please lose. Please lose. Please. Please. Actually, you know what? No. Let Hillary win. That'll give me the kick I finally need to move to San Diego or somewhere else. Not that California is much better politically, but still. Anything but it. That'll be the kick in the ass that I need to move the fuck out of New York. All right, so we get 12.2 volts on one side of the backlight fuse and 12.2 on the other. And on the screen, on pin 1 of the LCD connector, we get 12. So it's just not boosting. It's just not boosting. And I'm going to guess that the backlight circuit is on the bottom of the board, because why put it on the side that's easily accessible? Just donate to her company so you get pay for play. How much do I have to donate to Hillary to get right to repair passed? Every 2015 Retina screen I have to the Clinton Foundation in exchange for right to repair. I like the mountains in California. All right, let's open this up and let's see why you're not boosting. Go find Molly O. What's Molly O? God, I feel older and older the more I read this chat. Huh. Molly O is a film from 1921. How do you feel on New York tax money going towards protecting Trump's family? Ooh, that's a... Yeah. Eh. Eh. I... Oh, yeah, why? You know what I think? If you want to, like, always tweet that he's literally tweeted, I'm really rich. How about you pay a little bit for your protection there? Because he's purposely choosing to have... And don't get me wrong, I understand what he's doing. Like, family over work, and I can somewhat respect it, like not taking your kid out in the middle of the school year. I can respect that. And I can also respect your tweets where you say you're worth $10 billion. So how about you pay for it? My 2 cents on that. Didn't Trump give up his salary? Yes, he gave up his $400,000 a year salary, but it's costing the city about $1 million a day. So I think that's kind of imbalanced. That's about $1 million a day. I should do more research because that was what the news said, and usually what the news said is bullshit. I think I got that figure from CNN, so it's got to be bullshit, just by default. But still, even if it's not $1 million, even if it's only 200,000 a day, it's still considerably more than the salary that he gave up. It's 500K a day, says 2 people. Okay, so still, I mean, like if you were playing the pauper, then we could have a debate, but you go out of your way to brag that you're richer than other people. So how about you pay for that? You want your kid to stay in that school? That's fine. I understand. I respect it, Contribute a little. Let's see if somebody replaced the screen on this. Because if they did, then they probably put the wrong year in, and that's why it's not boosting. Let's see, is this another store? No, it's a not Yahoo domain. And the screen looks really old, so it's probably the original. One thing to keep in mind with the 13-inch Retina, 2012 uses a screen, 13-14 uses a different one, 15 and 16 uses another different one. If you move to California, you will need to change your combative aggressive attitude it won't play in California. I mean, I guess if you see it as combative and aggressive, it's probably you. You might be insecure about something, or there's something wrong there. I visited California for vacation. I met a lot of really nice people. I had a really good time. Enough so that I actually started looking on Zillow for houses there, because I really enjoyed the time I had there. Don't get me wrong, if I met you, I probably wouldn't have a great time, but I had a lot of good time meeting with people that didn't have issues with insecurity or anything like that. And it was really fun. Like, I enjoyed it. At least San Diego. I can't say all of California. But the mountains area of San Diego was nice. Even the downtown, that gas lamp area, it gave me a little bit of a deja vu of the East Village of Manhattan. That wasn't fun. But still, even that, there were nice people everywhere. I liked California. I didn't see the whole thing. Again, I probably missed the part that you live in, but the parts that I went to were pretty nice. I enjoyed it. But even if I met you, I'd find a way to stay happy anyway. I typically don't let the people around me dictate how I feel. What are you doing in San Diego? Vacation. I went to see a few shows. I went to the top of a few mountains. Rode around the Bay Area on a bike. It was fun. It was awesome. I loved it. Like, people actually pick up their litter there. It was insane. They picked up litter. Like, they dropped stuff on the floor and they're like, oh crap, I shouldn't have done that. Let me pick that up so I'm not littering. Like, this basic pride in where you live that's just completely absent from New York is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I loved it. And I'm sure there's douchey parts of California, but just like with New York, I would try to do my best to ignore them.
Sorry, what?
This machine really works hard to be difficult to remove from the computer.
Okay. Is it a 15 or a 15 inch?
Okay, there's probably a screw that's hiding under something.
It's gonna be a Dutch GPU, and that's not something we repair,
A1425s are a nightmare. Don't go to LA. I've heard that before.
The thing is, that's a design issue. So even if you replace the logic board, the same issue is gonna come back regardless. Yeah. When did you buy it exactly? New?
Is there a good chance of repair after motherboard liquid damage? No, not at all. Liquid damage motherboards are not fixable. Don't even try. Don't even try. You'll just waste your time. You ever do any live sound engineering? A lifetime ago. Okay, fine. I'll take the fans out.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's worth a shot again. I mean, you might as well go and check, but I can't tell you anything.
The only way to fix motherboards with liquid damage is rice. Rice and a microwave. Do MacBooks get long screw damage? Very rarely, but it takes a special brand of idiot, and it's usually 99% of the times a repair shop that did it. On the MacBook Air and the Retina, you can long screw damage around the heatsink holes because people are used to the older MacBooks where the heatsink screws went all the way through the board, and on the new ones, they're grommets in the board. But if you screw in a long screw into the heatsink screw hole, it'll actually go into the board and mess it up. Nothing wrong with a long screw. I agree. Okay. Seriously, they put a screw under the fan. You fucks. Why the fuck would you do that, Apple? I always forget that on the A1425. They have a screw that hides under the fan. Okay. Let's take a look at where the backlight area is going to be on this. I don't even remember. I have to look it up. What do you think about real estate investing? Real estate usually goes up with time. One of the reasons I want to buy a house instead of rent. Alright, where is backlight on 820? This 3462, I think this is. 820, 3462. When do you expect Macs to be completely sealed and unrepairable? Very soon, actually. Very soon. Use a magnetic project mount with a dry array. This ain't kindergarten. Alright. Where's backlight? Are you an engineer? Sure, why not? I'm a burrito engineer. Alright. So backlight circuit is this. So we have 12 volts on output. So what are some things we're going to be looking for? We're going to be looking for feedback. Feedback could be burned, so this voltage divider here could be burned. So think about what causes no boosting. So our issue is not no power, because we have 12 volts at the end and 12 volts at the beginning. Our issue is no boosting. So backlight enable could be missing. Backlight PWM could be low. If PWM is low, the brightness will be low. But that would give us 18 volts, so I don't think it's PWM. It's either going to be backlight enable is not present, or feedback is bad, or this chip over here is bad. So let's take a look at it. So let's take a look at U9701. We're going to open up a schematic for the 820-3462. Alright, here we go. Let's take a look at this area of the board. Let's bring the microscope over. The white wire behind Lewis's ear is the ground wire. People need to stop asking. Yes, this is my anti-static wire. That's my anti-static wire. Yeah, the wire is not for anything else. It's purely an anti-static wire. All right. Purely anti-static. And hey, what do you know? My backlight chip has a hole in it. Can anybody make out the hole? Do you believe Apple could go as far as to release false schematics on certain websites in an effort for people like you to destroy motherboards due to wrong information? It wouldn't be this. Oh. No, I think no. I'm not stupid enough for that. I don't think I'm stupid enough for that. I mean, how would you even make that work? Really? No. You're giving them ideas that the movie industry uses, like where they post fake movies to Usenet with passwords and shit. All right, see this? See that hole? Yeah. I could dig my way to China through here. And find another Jason. So this is probably fucked. So let's replace it. There's no need to measure anything here because it's just obvious. And we're going to replace with another one. That's the breathing hole. That's just a cooling hole. Yes, of course, it's a cooling hole. It's interesting because it doesn't look like there's any liquid damage here. So I'm going to preheat the board in this area, especially since it's kind of cold in here. Lewis, be careful. The electrons might fall out of the hole. No, you won't dig to China. If I dig anywhere through the Earth from the U.S., you would end up in the Indian Ocean. So I would be closer to finding a PHP programmer than a motherboard repair person. All right, so you see this? Look, a little... This just ran away. That's another sign that this was screwed. All right. Why is the chip fucked? I don't know. Why is the sky blue? I'm sorry, are you afraid that you're not skinny enough to be on camera? Because my BlackBerry has always been fine going on camera. She always walks right in front of it. But somebody who calls my cat fat doesn't want to get in front of camera. I wonder why.
It wasn't me.
Somebody said that my BlackBerry is a fat kitty, but BlackBerry loves to be on camera. Whereas the person that said that my kitty is fat doesn't want to go on camera. I wonder what you're... The camera's on microscope anyway, they won't see you. This is the wrong tip for this, but it'll work. Shorten the cable or screen assembly. Nope, that's not the case. And tell me why I know that's not the case when I measure 12 volts at backlight output. Lewis, buy TSLA before it's too late. Okay, make your case. What is your case? Why should I buy TSLA? If it's not short, then voltage is 12 volts. Exactly. If there was a short to ground in the cable, the fuse would be blown and I would not have that voltage at output. So make your case for TSLA. Come on. I want to hear it. Somebody's telling me to buy it, but I want to know what their case is. Huh? Jason thinks you work for TSLA. Okay, but wouldn't the doubling of their revenue last quarter already be factored into the current stock price? Convince me. All right, we're going to take the chip off of a donor board. I love that time that he had to run a trace wire and the fuse in the same line was fine. Yeah, the LCD connector actually makes a better fuse than the fuse itself. The fuse can take more abuse than the LCD connector. Should I get an upgraded 420 over any other laptop in the market? Honestly, as much as I like the format of the older ones, I just can't look at those screens anymore. They just look like blurry old pieces of shit now. I really wish you could put a modern screen in those laptops. And it's not resolution, it's just everything. It just looks, eh. I mean, if I had to use it, fine, but, you know, if it was free, but... Where do you get a consistent supply of donor boards? Tim Cook sends them to me. We're friends on MySpace. My soldering is shit. You can put 1080p and T420, but that's not even it. I have a 1080p. I have a B156HW01 in my T520. It still looks like shit. It's not even resolution. Like, put that screen. Okay, look at the T460 screen. Then look at the T420 screen, and tell, like, one of them looks like a modern laptop, and one of them looks like that. Oh my God, we used to look at this. Like, it's just, you have to have them side by side to see, but it's just not the same. It's not resolution. It's something else. It's just old. I don't know how to put it. Just old. I just don't. Try to clean up the area. Remember how music would play when you open someone's page? Yeah. Tesla's killing it. Google back the fuck up. Apple back the fuck up. I don't know, man. Let's take a look at this. $229 a share. That's an expensive stock, man. Some exp. Swell. Yeah. Alright, let's see if I get a light on the screen. Don't need much for that. Screen, a fan to ensure that it's turning on, of course, and a DC inboard. Do you smell that? You don't smell that? Do you see that? The little pile of smoke that just came up from the backlight chip I soldered? Alright, so who had the bet that the chip would blow again? You win. You win. Motherfucker. But okay. It's not. What else? Alright, with screen plugged in, let's see what resistance is to ground on output. We'll put it in resistance mode to make you guys happy. 3.6 kilo ohms is not a short to ground. It's not. The screen is not shorted to ground with 3.6 kilo ohms. Maybe the donor chip was bad. No, I'm not buying that. Okay. Thinking time. So the backlight driver, instead of doing the switching itself, controls this. Backlight FET control is controlled here, but this doesn't have a direct path to ground. So what does have a direct path to ground here? What's going to drag this to ground? If backlight is not shorted to ground, Paul, this is an 820-3462 for an A1425 Retina. This is a no stuff capacitor here. Let's take a look at what that beautiful chip looks like, by the way. Lovely. You can even see the solder ball that shot out by the... Hey, there's a capacitor that had a solder ball shoot out. And that's between... No, but that's on PP3V3SO and ground. That wouldn't actually cause the backlight IC to go, would it? I kind of think maybe. Maybe kind of, sort of. Huh. Let's see. Something's fucked here. It has to be a small short because it's not blowing F9700. But that's the thing. Why would the actual backlight driver be getting destroyed? Like, I would get it if the chip was bad, because the chip itself could be shorted to ground internally, right? The chip itself could be shorted to ground internally. Lewis, check the capacitor. It alternates voltage, so check the diode output in that circuit. Which capacitor? You check the capacitor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You used your magic up in the trackpad repair. This is making up for that. take the chip off and measure short on VLDO pin. Let's think about it. Okay, so let's say this has a gate to drain short. And let's say this chip over here. Okay, this makes sense. See what Zik said. I fucked up your name so bad. I'm sorry. What he said makes sense. This is going to put out power to the gate. If this is shorted, if this is a gate to drain short, and switch is attached to ground, then that would pretty much short pin 6 to ground through Q9701. So Q9701 is the only thing that's really would make sense here. So I'm going to try for Q9701. But before we do that, just because Paul Daniels mentioned it, I will check D9701, and let's see what that gets. So we're going to check D9701 first. Open line this way, 0.1 voltage drop that way. So D9701 is fine. I'm going to blame the MOSFET. I'm going to put a blame on the MOSFET here. I agree with what the guy whose name I can't pronounce said. If there is a short on this MOSFET between gate and drain, and this naturally makes switch go to ground, then I would be shorting pin 6 of U9701 to ground, which would essentially destroy it. So let's go with MOSFET. Let's find another donor board to replace them both with. Can you put the microscope camera on the chip while you power it on? You just want to see it blow up again, don't you? You don't care if I'm successful or not. You just want to see shit blow up and me fail. Just admit it. Everybody just wants to see it blow up. Ah, fuck. What did I just do? Get back there, capacitor. I'm gonna get you. You mofo. Who killed the MOSFET then? Probably Paul Daniels. Probably Paul Daniels. Alright, time to find another A1425 board that I can steal shit from. Coil failure does not cause dimmer, no backlight. Coil failure causes Jess a rage. What soldering iron is that, Lewis? It's a FX951 with a 2027 handle and a T15 JSO2 tip. I should have a link to that in the description. If you buy it with the link in the description, I get some money, so thank you. Awesome if you do. Let me get rid of that piece of solder blob on there. Alright, good enough. Good enough for rock and roll. Please let the chip go bang again onto the... You stop it. You stop it. This is not going to go bang. This is going to go... This is going to work. It's going to work beautifully. How do Weller soldering irons compare to the Hacko? Pretty much the same shit. It's like Ford versus Chevy. I should make that analogy since I don't know much about cars, but it's like McDonald's versus Burger King. I shouldn't say that because they both suck and Weller and Hacko make great products. So you get the point I'm trying to make. Weller, Hacko, I mean, if you can't work with one of the good Wellers or the good Hackos, it's not the iron, it's you. All right. I don't know how I'm going to plug in the screen and have this under the microscope. We're going to have to do a little work for this. My bet is that it will blow a second time. You shut it. All right, we have a screen plugged in. I'm going to plug the fan in. And watch, it's not going to blow. What model mic is this? Define D88. Not the best one that I have, but it's cardioid, so you hear less of the noise. And also it's not broken like my other one is, so you hear less clicking. I don't really think I can make the microscope reach out this far. Can I? Yeah, I'll move it just for you guys. Just so that you can smile at something blowing up in my face. Here. Did you win your bet with Eli by getting more live viewers? Don't think so. He's got this live donation system, and on one hand I don't want to use it, but on the other hand I just kind of want to use it so I can see if I can get more donations than him in a single stream. Just that he links, he sends me links every now and then to these new systems and these new streaming websites and new stuff. And I've been debating checking it out. All right, so that's the chip and the FET. Now I had to have the machine open because if it's not open, then the sleep sensor will get triggered and it'll turn off. So I'm going to plug it in. Let's see what we get. Ready? Set. Don't blow up. Don't blow up. Don't blow up. Nothing yet. Well, the fan is spinning. I don't see a light, and it didn't blow up. That was really boring. Yeah, what the hell? It didn't blow up, and it didn't light up. Well, before it blew up on camera. Oh, there's a bridge in the solder. Why don't you guys point this shit out to me? What the fuck? What kind of... What do you think I have a viewing audience for? You think this is for your education? You're supposed to do my job. You didn't even point out that I had a solder bridge. Terrible. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. Not me for the bad soldering, of course. Alright. There we go. LED returns were soldered together. Now they're not. We can just edit that out, though, right? We can just... Alright, let's try this again. 1, 2... Okay, it's not blown up. And I don't see a backlight. What voltage do I get at backlight output quickly before we turn it off? 0. 0. Oh wait, we probably blew the fuse from before. Duh. Alright. So there's 0 volts at backlight output. Let's take a look at the backlight fuse, which is probably blown. Which Apple located right next to the fucking keyboard connector. Assholes. Absolute assholes. Let's put something that blows the most often right next to a plastic connector. Scum. Whoever made the A1425 is a piece of scum, man. Okay. Scum, 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 scum. Yep, totally blown. Okay, so we're going to replace the backlight fuse, and then after that, we're going to see if this blows up. Okay, so let's replace the backlight fuse, and then we'll see if it blows up. So it's interesting that this didn't come in with a blown backlight fuse. It had a bad WLED driver, and I left it on, and it was fine. And then I replaced the LED driver, and now the LED driver blows up, and the backlight fuse. Very interesting, very interesting. All right, so I'm not going to use hot air here for obvious reasons. Hillary Clinton made the A1425. Probably, probably. Only somebody as wicked and evil as Hillary Clinton could be responsible for this. P is for poof. Yes. Okay, come on, backlight fuse. Come off the board. Come on, you can't resist my soldering iron. Come on, you know you want to leave. That's right, fucker. You piece of shit. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Burn, bitch, burn. Yes, burn. All right. Get the fuck. I swear, when you want to lose a component, that's when it'll be the most difficult to get rid of. Have you a fire extinguisher? I do. Do you think Apple is going to make it more difficult to repair because of your YouTube channel? Dude, they've been making stuff difficult to repair for a long time before I had a YouTube channel. Alright, so we're going to put solder on one pin. Push down. Everyone's favorite mod is here. Josh Bacon, I'm afraid that there's been a bit of a misunderstanding here with this whole moderator thing. Yeah, about that, Josh. Jason, we need your help with something. All right. What button do I click? I tried that one, but I'm afraid, Josh, there's been a meeting with the panel and they're all offended that you're a moderator, so you got to All right, let's plug the screen back in and let's see if this blows up. Does anybody think it's going to blow up or not blow up? What do you say? Thank you to Sean DiRenzio for the Rienzo for the nice message. All right, let's plug this in. It's going to work just fine. It's not going to blow up because we've replaced the FET. No, you're not. I just can't research at the same time that I'm doing this. Aha! Okay, here we go. Thank you, Jason. There's a lot of cleaning to do here, actually. Why is Jessa a mod? That must have been a mistake. Lewis, I just repaired a Dell Inspiron 7559, and they actually labeled the resistor. Well, that's interesting. All right. They never do that. All right. 1, 2. Oh, this is scary. You can do it, little board. All right. Yes, light. There's light. Ha! So many people with little faith. Check it out. Oh, you can't see it until it gets to a question mark. I don't have a heatsink on, so I can't leave it there till it gets to a question mark. Okay, so I'll show you voltage. You'll just have to believe me. You'll have to trust me. I can't show you the back of it because they put their name and phone number over the damn Apple logo. All right, check it out. 40 volts. That's backlight, baby. You can totally trust me. Yeah, still no blinking question mark. Here. Let's see. Can I make... Here, we'll cover this. You can see the Apple lighting up, right? Bam. Yes. All right. We have a light. We did something productive. Now let's ultrasonic all that flux off. I want to see you invoice this, but I also want to see fireworks. 40 volts for a backlight. It's a very bright light. You can show their name and phone number. 4chan won't mind. Have you ever used a Huntron fault tracker or any other fault analyzing equipment when starting out, or did you just learn all this firsthand? What's a Huntron? Huntron tracker? Huh? I have no idea what that is. That sounds like something for people who have more money than I do. That sounds a little too fancy for me. How does it go from 12 volts to 40? Lots of switching. Watch my video on how a DC to DC boost circuit works. I explain how you can make 12 volts into 40 volts through the magic of switching. Have you ever had customers watching your live stream while you fix their machines? I'm not sure. You don't have to remove flux for NC flux, but it looks better if you do. I've had people bring their stuff to Apple and actually have Apple tell them that it's water damaged on some repairs where I didn't remove the flux, so yeah. Alright, we're going to ultrasonic this and then move on to the next one. Yeah, I'm muted though. And now I'm unmuted. Alright.
Oh, he's back.
But you say ZXW tool is worth the money. Yeah.
Oh, my ZXW video got, the one I flagged,
Uh huh.
got removed.
What? Oh, awesome.
Yeah. It works eventually.
It works quickly for me. Flag. I need more magnets. More magnets. Lewis, you have some bad noises from Mike. No, I don't. That's my ASMR. Here. Actually, I don't want to take this one off. It's more of a pain in the ass. Everybody turn your volume up on your computer as high as it goes right now. ASMR. That's I already flipped it. You can.
You see my board on my board.
I'm sure that makes it cleaner. ASMR is fat girls pretending to be sexy, thin girls by audio only. I don't think that's nice. No. To my experience, ASMR is hot girls that make a lot of money off of making pleasant noises. That, like, just go to certain ASMR channels and read the comments in the YouTube video, and you'll quickly figure out what a very large portion of the fan base is there for. Not everybody, but a lot. Lewis, what are your best speakers? The Vandersteen Model 3A Signature. I love those. I'll settle for the TLCS 3.6 at work. Hate the sound of ultrasonics. I work in a lab. You have to listen to that all day. Me too, though. It's hard to sit in this chair all day, since the floor is not even. If I owned this place, I would fix the floor, but I rent it. So never. Never gonna happen. Jason's desk has a perfectly flat floor. I'm jealous. What type of music do you like while you're working? None, because it'll get me a copyright strike. Lame. Lame. I should just wear headphones. But then I'd have to charge my phone at the end of the day. And I'll forget to. Alright, what's wrong with you? It's dead. Alright, so no green light in the charger. What do we check first? PP3V42 is present. PP bus G3 hot is 7. Oh, why am I measuring with the battery plugged in? Whoa! Are you kidding? Dude, as soon as I touched it, it just smoked in my face. What the fuck? Okay, fine. You guys are gonna get what you want now. Here. We'll make it smoke on camera. Where'd the microscope light thing go? Ah, here we go. You want to see a spark on camera? What? Hopefully it'll blow up again. This microphone moves around too much. Okay. Doesn't look as cool on camera. Not nearly as cool looking on camera. Still kind of funky looking. So why is this going on fire when you plug in the battery? Thanks for showing VST host plugins in a previous cast. Thanks to you, I got mine set up. Never heard of it before. Me either, but that's an amazing program. I wonder if I could make money by selling bottled magic smoke in a bottle. Alright, time to take this out and figure it out. Magic smoke. Not very nice. Alright, so. Any surprise that there's a short to ground on that capacitor? Any surprise at all? Do I have to take this out of the case? Nah. We'll be fine. Let's just remove that. Short is gone. Yes. Okay. Still no light in the charger, though. And a quarter fan spin. Well, fuckity fuck shit piss. All right. Quarter fan spin, no green light. And 3 volts on PP bus G3 hot, which jumps up to 14. Hey, why do we have 14 volts on PP bus G3 hot? Why is charger voltage showing up on PP? Whoa. So why is straight up charger voltage showing up on PP bus G3 hot? I know why. This is gonna suck. All right, so most likely one of the transistors in the buck converter is shorted, so it's stuck. So it's literally sending through charger power instead of spikes. And the problem here is this is a 3023, and this board is so old that I don't have any donors for it, which means I don't have any transistors to put on here, which means that taking this out of the computer is probably a waste of time. No, there's no short in the board. I would definitely do that. I just need one of the transistors for PP bus G3 hot, but I need it for a 3023 board. And I don't have any for a 3023. Do you have one?
There's definitely a 3023 somewhere.
I have that same feeling. I just don't want to dig through 6 piles of crap to find the one 3023.
That's the problem. 3209?
3023. The 3209 probably uses different chips, even though it has mostly the same circuit. They like to change it every year just to be assholes. Just to be assholes. Let's see. What else uses the same PP bus G3 hot transistors as a 3023? Okay, so I would need an FDMS 0355S, right? And does the 30, I have 3209s. Do 3209s use that? I know I have 3209 donors. Of course you fucking don't. Yeah, of course you use a different transistor for every year. You use RJK03PO DPA. Bull. I want this one. So it was probably turning off the charger as a protection mechanism, since it was noticing that it was getting twice the voltage it was supposed to. You don't need exact transistor. Okay, tell me which transistor I need then. Be useful. Just leave it for Jason. Okay, that's being helpful. Take one out of Jason's Dell XPS. That's actually... He has it next to him right now, so that would be kind of hard to pull off. And he's holding a sharp thing in the left hand and a hot air station in the right, so maybe later. What was the transistor that we want? We want... I'll copy and paste it. There we go, Paul. FDMS0355S. Take it off another donor. Okay, which one? Which one? Be helpful. None of these virtue suggestions. No virtue suggestions accepted here.
Was that guy who suggested the MOSFET was bad, right?
On the A1425?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
I know. Damn, this is like glued into the computer. I'm afraid what the bottom of this is going to look like. Oh! Disgusting. Alright, let's take a look at this. Adobe Acrobat is cancer. I agree. The DC inboard connector is bad too, which means I'm going to be running wires from the DC inboard to the motherboard. $820-3023 has same part. But yeah, that's this board. That's a big pile of cum right there. Spat. Ugh. Isn't that pretty? Isn't that pretty? That's nasty. Everything on PP-Bus G3 Hot is kind of regulated. So all the buck converters on it are regulated. So it's not like I sent 5 volts to a chip that's supposed to get 1. I sent 14 volts to a circuit that is going to regulate that to 1 volt based on what it receives. So I've had boards with 16 volts on PP-Bus G3 Hot that came out just fine. But let's say like even 2 volts on CPU vCore would fuck CPU vCore. But 16 volts on PP-Bus G3 Hot is actually doable. The only thing that usually gets fucked is the battery, because the battery would have gotten that voltage, and that's not good. So we're going to look for a 3023. And holy crap, a 3023. It looks like I tried very hard to do some work on this, and it failed. This was probably from a really old video. So we're going to do some transplanting from my other 3023. So you guys want to see this 3023? Maybe you remember which video it was from, if I ever put it on video. But this was a fail. I don't know what the hell I was thinking with this. But this is an older... Yeah, you know what? This is crap. So we're going to take off of this and put onto this. So the first thing we're going to have to do is go over the damage that we can see. And that's right over here. This area looks like a pile of cum. So let's go, let's fix this thing. All right, let's get this fixed. I appreciate you trying, Paul, but I found a donor board after all. You're probably killing something alive heating this board. Good chance of that. Poor little board. The only thing I'm worried about are the current sensing resistor traces. So right over here, these are the current sensing resistors, and it's going to go to the large shunt resistor on the other side. But those vias may be blown. Let's see what we can get done here. I'm most likely going to be running wires for those current sense areas. But that's fine, I can accept that. I don't want to keep this capacitor there, I'd rather replace it. So let's get rid of that. This is a 2011 MacBook Air for Benjamin Wexler. I have some nice music playing in the background that I don't think will ever get copyright struck. It is a challenge to find music I can play without being having to worry about copyright strikes. Really tests my ability to find obscure stuff. All right. Okay. Time to start the transplant process. But before we start the transplant process, let's just see. Let's heal. Let's do some healing. Why not jumper your tweezers across the fuse to test your theory instead of replacing it? Because if I do that, my tweezers won't blow, but the fuse will. What's the slime that melts? That's semen. It's called semen. It's used in electronics repair. It's called semen. Why do you think I'm so quiet? Okay, time to make this board great again. Yeah. Okay. Next up. This is also broken. So we're going to have to run a wire where this resistor goes to. Okay. Hmm. This is going to be a long one. I ran this wire the long way. What the hell am I doing? This wire could be much shorter if I ran it the other way around the board. Oh, we're very far from seeing if 14 volts is fixed. Okay, other side. All right, what's next? Okay, we're gonna go to this part. All right, let's grab ourselves another wire. You piece of shit. Always try to get it at a right angle. Don't solder the wire on straight. You want to try to get the wire to have the maximum area of it soldered to the resistor. So instead of soldering the wire where it's going right up over here, I solder it like this so that it has more to hold on to. So it's harder for it to break off. Okay. You know what I could do? Zinc! Put you under here. Beautiful. It's like tying my shoes. Like tying my shoes. And have you come in through the second capacitor. There we go. One of those pins is gone. Okay, which one is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pin 7. That's fine. We'll just run a wire to the DCN board. The DCN board just sucked up my the air filter just sucked up my damn cable. Piece of shit. Alright. Come on. Come on, give me my stuff back. Jason, how many iPhone shields have you sent into my air filter? God damn. It's like 10 iPhone shields in the fucking air filter. Okay. Alright, so pin 7 is the one that's missing. Pin 7 is probably PP3V42. How did I know? Of course that was the one that burned. Alright, so we're going to attach PP3V42 over to my DCN board with a nice little wire. Okay, so as you can see, this is where the one wire circuit is, these two ICs. And this little one over here is a PP3V42 pin. I just forget which one is the PP3V42 pin. Pretty sure it's this one over here, since it's got the capacitor on it. So we're going to solder PP3V42 right over there. All these questions on how many amps this wire is supposed to take as if it's actually used for anything important. It's current sensing. Who cares? It's not like we're charging the battery or powering the CPU or even powering a headphone jack. It's just sense. All it needs to do is sense how many volts are here. That's it. This wire has no other job other than to see what the voltage is. There's no load. And the PP3V42 one is used for almost nothing. So alright, here we go. So I can just wire this right to there, and Second wire is on the wrong pad. Paul, I will check, just because I trust you. I will check and see if I have the wire on the wrong pad. It's possible I do. Okay. Run this wire over to the DC-in board. And bang! It's going to be magic. So this will fix our problem of no green light in the charger. Do keep in mind that on the airs, the one-wire circuit is on the DC-in board. Which is why you don't see it in the schematic. I'm trying to hold the board down with my left ring finger and solder with using my tweezers in the left hand and the iron in the right, which is terribly difficult. Yeah, that's failing. Luckily, I'm done with this part. Alright, now I still haven't removed those transistors. I'm just kind of curious if I even have to. I may not have to. Let's see. Are we still getting 16 volts? Alright. Oi. Hey. Who is that? Someone's waving at me, but I don't know who they are. Hopefully Steve will tell me why they're waving at me. Alright, let's see. Oh, thank you. Okay. PP bus G3 hot is shorted to ground. PP3 V42 is not. Oh. Let's see. What the F did I do? All right. No, the wires are in the right place, Paul. So how many other tantalum capacitors are shorted to ground? Need some help. I am looking to buy a new microscope. If only somebody had videos on microscopes, reviewing microscopes with links in the description to microscopes. That might just be helpful. Sometimes I think I make videos from my cat. Sometimes I think all the videos I do are only watched by my cat. Yeah, 0 ohm short on PP bus G3 hot. Blah. God dagnabbit. Alright. Alright, so the way to figure out if the short is on the system side or on the side of creating PP bus G3 hot is to remove F7040. This is acting like a bridge. So let's remove F7040. We're just going to remove this fuse that's surrounded by 4 ceramic tantalum capacitors that I don't want to heat, because when they blow up, they smell bad. Alright, we got the fuse off, barely. So let's see which side the short circuit is on. Is it on so this side, 2.6 31,000 ohms. Yeah, okay, it's not that side. It's on this side. That side is 0 ohms. So let's see which side that is. Is that the system side or... Alright, so this... Okay, so the system side is not shorted to ground, it's the creation side. Which means my work is shorted to ground. Oh, hell no! Bullshit. My work ain't shorted to ground. Fuck that. Let's see. So something in here. So the system side, PP bus G3 hot, is not shorted. It's something behind this fuse. So from here to here. So what would you remove? C7040, C7041, C7043, C7045, Q7035, Q7030. You know what I'm going to remove? Just about everything. Let's go on a spree. I'm going to go on a killing spree. Am I even looking at the right board view? P23. Yeah, I am. This board view just really poorly correlates to this motherboard. Like, really badly. Look at this. Alright, so this is the board. This is the fuse that I just removed. Right? Now you see how there's a capacitor above the fuse, to the right of the fuse, to the bottom left of the fuse? Above it, we have a coil. But on the board, we have a capacitor. Go Apple. This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't look like my board. No, seriously. This is F9700. Am I losing? Oh, wait, no. I'm looking at the backlight fuse. You stupid prick. Okay, never mind. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay. We're in the wrong space. I think it's time to get a burrito. I was looking at the backlight fuse instead of the PP bus G3 hot fuse. Alright, so... Now we're in the right space. Okay. So it could be any one of these capacitors, or it could be the transistor. There's really only one way to tell for sure, right? And that's blowing something up. So let's blow something up. I think it's time to blow something up. So which side of this was shorted again? It was... this side, right? Yeah. Okay. Wait a second. I was looking at the wrong fuse. Fuck. I was looking at the wrong fuse. Okay, so this is... Yeah, it is the system side. It is the system side. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, something on the system side is shorted, so it's not part of the work that I did. Awesome. I knew it. I knew I must have been making a mistake to have thought that I made a mistake. It's a mistake. Even questioning my work must be a mistake. How dare I question my own work? All right. So let's attach some power to the right and see what blows up, shall we? It's not the transistor because the fuse was removed, which attaches it to the transistor. Let's blow this fuck up. Bam. Wire it to blow. Do, 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 do. Just blowing boards up. Da, 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 da. We'll start with 1 volt. A lot of the times at the 3023 and the 3209, it's something in the V-core area. It's sad that I don't have the other camera since I brought it home, so you can't get an overall view. But I see it. Not sure if you guys see it. Of course, it's right next to the fucking fan connector, which means I'm going to remove the fan connector from the board while taking off that cap. Joy. Alright, bonus points if I don't remove the fan connector. No amount of Captain Tape is going to keep that. Shit. What could we do here? We're going to put a magnet over the fan connector. That'll do it. Have you ever looked into getting a FLIR? No, fuck that. Waste of money. Give me once thermal cameras are 1080p for $300, I'll buy one. Until then, no. I don't like getting ripped off on new technology. I tried a FLIR cam. It was one of the $6,000 ones, and it was the biggest joke. Like, this was the motherboard, right? And there was a short, and I ran power through it, and it's this was red. Like, from here to here was like, it's this area that's hot. Look at this. It's like, thank you, you fucking piece of shit. I'm sure FLIR makes amazing stuff if I want to see where the leaks are in my apartment, but it's just not made for this, man. Infrared camera's a fucking waste. What I just did right now found me the short, and it cost what? 8 cents of alcohol? I mean, what's the point? God damn it. Okay, that was the problem with using a magnet for your heat. I need a penny. What the fuck made me think I could use a magnet for this? Do I have a penny? Damn, I need to get a penny. I don't have any change. I don't have any change. I should ask Obama for some change. He promised it 8 years ago. Da-dan. Cha.
Thanks.
I need a penny.
See, you got a pen?
I'll pay you back. I know I have a bad credit score, but
Penny, not a pen. Oh, I definitely don't have a penny.
nobody's...
Actually, they're
Do you have a nickel?
there are like some quarters in my drawer that I use as heat sinks.
Can I borrow 1 cent? I'll give it back to you, just much hotter than it is right now. I need a penny. You're the only one who would give me a penny. You just gave me my own penny. I don't want to burn the fan connector while removing the shorted capacitor that's right next to the fan connector. I know. I could just solder the fan to the motherboard. That's what I would do. Okay. The magnet stayed there better. The penny doesn't have... It's not the same. We'll see. Alright, we're good. Lewis, how's Blackberry the cat? She's doing very well. My receptionist thinks that Blackberry is fat. And she's not fat. She's adorable. She's the cutest kitten on earth. By far. The cutest. The cutest. I love my Blackberry. $201 ohms. Huh, that doesn't seem right. The power supply was connected. There we go. 2,500, 5,000, 18,000. Bam. Okay, we're set. Ready to rock and roll. Shit. Oh, well, we burned the fan connector a little bit. Least of the issues on this piece of crap board. All right. Now, I still had 0 volts on PP3V4 too, which is shocking. Fuck. This is not a good thing, because even if PP bus G3 hot was shorted, I should still get PP3V4 too. So I have a feeling that more work is going to be required. This isn't going to be an easy one. Alrighty. Okay. What do we get? What's next? You fuck. Monstrous motherboard. I think I killed my charger. That's an honor. Did I kill the charger? Let's see. Oh, I sure did. I killed the charger. Woohoo! Let's unplug and plug it back in. I gotta get a button to do this. I don't even get voltage on the DC in board. .03 volts. Is there a short to ground on the DC in? No. Alright, time to try a different charger. Why don't you repair chargers? Because I'm not poor. Honestly, I shouldn't say that. Even if I was poor, I wouldn't fix chargers. Like, you can buy these things for like 20, 30 bucks. What the f... Even when I was broke, I wouldn't fix something like this. It's like the amount of time that I could spend doing anything else. Alright, what do we get? Any difference? Alright, what do we get on DC in board? On the DC in board, I get... same thing. Alright, so this is something not other than the actual charger. So what is causing 0 volts to come out of the charger? Let's think. Let's plug this in without the DC in cable. Is the DC in fuse even good? That's another good question. It is. The wall plug died. A blown main fuse to the building will cause 0 volts in the charger. I wonder if this one is actually good. Let's see. Do we have anything back here that works? Do you work? Yeah, you sure don't. Let's see. Okay, do I have 2 broken chargers? This would be funny. I think I may have 2 broken chargers. You can't make this shit up. Or is this just a bad machine? Because this has been here for like a year. I need to find a charger that I can kill. Do you have a charger? I'll bring it right back.
You can kill?
I won't kill it. The board may, but I won't. Here we go. There's a bunch of them. MagSafe. Seriously? Here we go. MagSafe 2. Let's kill it.
Huh?
Huh? It's my beautiful brand new charger. All right, let's see what we get. It's my beautiful brand new top of the line pre-tested charger. It's even got the little covering over the plastic over the MagSafe. How about that? How about that? Okay. 0. You piece of shit. Straight up 0. Do you have an ancient DCN board I can borrow for a 2011 Air? Yeah, it's about time to throw this in the garbage.
Why did you check it on DC Infuse?
No, I'm on the DC Infuse. 0 volts. There's not a single machine with MagSafe 1 that works in this entire pile that I can even plug this into. Do you have a working MagSafe 1 machine? Apple is killing your chargers purposely. Maybe this thing. You look like a MagSafe 1. There's a little wheelie cart in the way. Let's confirm I'm not being epically trolled. Am I being epically trolled? Alright, so this charger does have the ability to work. So I can't blame the charger anymore. Fuck. I look forward to blaming the charger. I must blame this. So no short to ground on input. Let's think here. All looks beautiful to me. Wait a second. What is this? You're a popped solder ball. Yeah, you are. You're a popped solder blob. What are you? I bet you're for something for DC input. Because the charger is not going to put out voltage if it doesn't see a load. And you are. You're Q7085. And Q7085 is for inrush limiter from the adapter. Yeah, here we go. Okay, this is starting to make some sense now. Get my penny over this keyboard connector, which I'm going to rip off without the penny. Inrush limiter is next. Come on. There goes another set of tweezers. And keyboard connector. There. This board should be at the bottom of a landfill anyway. What the... I see what you mean, Paul. But look at the board view. I should have added more flux in there. We'll come back and fuck up those solder balls later. Junk. Wonder if this DCN board is just totally burned out. I don't have this exact board, but I get... Let's find an old DCN board. Let's find an antique DCN board. Alright, so we have an old, nasty-looking DCN board here that actually looks like it has some soldering marks on the DCN fuse. And I actually have more faith in this than I do in the fucking default one that I was using. So let's check this out. So what do we get? At this point, I think it's safe to say it's time for a burrito. If this doesn't get anywhere. .035 volts. Fuck you! I'm getting a burrito. This is horse shit. Yeah, this is some horse shit. Okay, I'll check one more thing and then a burrito. Last thing. Do I have a short to ground on the DCN connector if it's not on the fuse? That's 40 kiloohms. That's not it. Interesting. There's a short to ground on PP bus G3 hot again. And that's right where I cleared the short earlier. So the short magically just reappeared. Look, get out of the way. PP bus G3 hot, which we cleared the short from, now has a 0 ohm short to ground. We just got rid of that. Yeah. Bye-bye. Time for a burrito. This board is shit. We will come back to this another day with renewed patience. So we'll clean the desk, make the desk look nice, and the GTFO. Alright, so what does it say in chat? Bin, I agree. Bin. I agree. Bin. Give it to Jason. Hey, they have time. They have timestamps in chat now. What is my live stream? There's 3 comments saying give it to Jason.
No one on my live streams ever says give it to Lewis.
When do you do live streams?
I'm kidding.
You should. They probably will say give it to Lewis. Yeah. Alright. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something.